Hello, welcome. Today we're doing more MSQ Final Fantasy 14 endwalker. And yeah, let's get into it. Thank goodness the 10th Legion decided to sue for peace when they did. We have been spared more senseless bloodshed, which is the last thing anyone, including the First, needs. From their perspective, though, the promise of reinforcements was their last hope. And now they have no choice but to capitulate to the invaders. But we will prove to them that all is not lost, and we yet stand a chance of casting out the temporary. Even with their empire in ruins, the Guardians have not lost their will to fight. That strength shall serve them in days to come. There is yet life in this cold soil. It was a grave error not to post sentries farther from the camp. Had we seen the Garleans sooner, we could have slain them long before the truce was called. They engaged us of their own free will and deserved to die a warrior's death. Even so, I have not forgotten why we are here, and I will stay in my hand for now. I've just returned from guarding the airships, and now I've got to keep an eye on the captured Imperials. Maybe a bit of chit-chat will help lighten the mood. When the Imperials charged upon us, we were able to avoid any serious injuries on either side. In truth, most of the Garleans were in no condition to fight. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, it must have been a long time since they had a decent meal. I am sure they will be much more amenable to conversation with food in their bellies. We will make no attempt to resist. Much and more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Ooh. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care kicking ass and taking names were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risked the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alpha Node Alizé and the scouts sent to extract them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood? I will have food and bedding prepared for the refugees. Getting them here safely, however, is my immediate concern. Do. Ah. What are you doing back here? Where are Julius and the others? Oh, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you had best see for yourself. 'Tis a comfort to see thee none the worse for thy recent ordeals. Yo, and Julius. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us where I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It will be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. I After what happened to his family, the first was all Julius had left. Now even that's been taken away from him. He's not alone in that either. There's a comfort in having someone to follow, someone to lead. I do hope the Isbar contingent actually makes some kind of difference around here. Our pride, our culture, our knowledge, all of it gone. At least the pain proves I'm not dead yet. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou can attest from thy experience at Victor's spoils. Indeed, the Guardians view our ability to manipulate Aether with the same suspicion that many Eorzeans do Magitech. No matter what may betide, I've my daughter, and that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights. Since hearing about Lord Quintus, I confess I have many and more thoughts on the subject. Few can deny he was a man of principle, misguided though he may have been. Everything's going to be alright now. I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe passage to our camp they need, I'd gladly oblige. Lord Quintus was our rock in the storm, and now we are without a leader, without direction. Nevertheless, we must live on, even if that means consorting with our former enemies. Well, what do you want? Get out of my ear, will you? I'm exhausted, and the last thing I need is you and your drivel. Try as we might, any words of comfort we may offer are like to fall on deaf ears. We are but strangers from foreign lands, perhaps in their eyes the very cause of their suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. Our leader may be gone and the world may be falling to ruin, but my duty to my people will never change. Such is the life of a soldier. Finally. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it, to think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. I can walk, I think. Just give me a few more moments. Well, got the Aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving the place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Since the Aetherite's functioning again, why not give it a try? Be a waste if no one did. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much of a difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, till all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. I don't believe I asked your name. Yo, son. Thank you. I will remember it always. Why? Best not dwell on it, not when there's work to be done. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12, thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy, Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lominsian friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. I will stay with the refugees and do what I can to protect them. While I have no doubt that you and Thancred will do a fine job clearing a path, we must be ever vigilant for threats that may have slipped the net. We have orders to assist the refugees, but we've received little more from them than icy glares. That will not deter us, though. They may be our former enemies, but we are here to offer aid, and offer aid we shall. What the heck? Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Yo, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as the other refugees. Preferred notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that the soldiers were acting under direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus, though that he had lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life he hoped to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence, quite well as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapr's den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Terrarium shall find the hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, I might ask that you seek out your Stola. She was but recently attending the wounded, but she meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Were it not for you, Alphanode and Alize, the people of Tertium may well have perished, though they may not realize it yet. They owe you their lives. News regarding the 10th came shortly after you first left Julius. From that, we were able to deduce that the first were somewhere within the capital. We were, however, only able to verify this once we made contact with Thancred. As a knight, I am in sworn service to people. Thus shall I commit myself to the protection of all those who haven't the arms to defend themselves, whomsoever they may be. Everybody has a quest now. Not everybody. This is still the same dialogue. Yeah. It was Quintus' decision to end his own life, but I hope the refugees don't hold us responsible for it. I heard what happened, and I'm glad to hear you're alright. Look, I know there's still a lot to do, but try and save your strength till it's needed, eh? Greetings, Storm Sergeant First Class Son. If you wish to know aught of the current situation, you've come to the right place. Person. Okay. It's no use talking to all these Guardians if we're going to let them freeze to death. We need to heat, for goodness sake. I knew I should have brought more warming tinctures. The Malian has really come around. More people at the camp means more bodies to keep warm. The Smiths have been scrambling to get enough heat and for everyone, and we've got people searching for firewood in case it comes to that. It's not only thieves we need to watch out for. That's all going on. Yes, yes, I have been taking proper breaks and limbering sufficient water, imbibing sufficient water. But what of the warrior of light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead with an eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes. We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvellous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavourful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. Indeed, we can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
We have gained the power, take back rightfully ours.
What? Emperor Varys?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
What the fuck?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Owlus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born. The embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their anima.
Final Fantasy X anima? Dude.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
No way.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. There it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor. Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent. Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent. Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Shit. Oh, there's no way. There it is. Come on. Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
That was quick. Whoa.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Oh man. I will require a detailed report on what occurred whilst you're here. Not yourself for the contingent, of course. It can wait until later, however. For now, it's enough that you've returned. The body that you were forced to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. Let us pray it is so, for I doubt it would be better off in the care of Xenos or Fandaniel. Thank heaven to hear you again. Gave me quite a fright. Whatever that was, let's not do it again, eh? Are you certain that you've recovered? You mustn't push yourself, especially after an experience like that. Full glad am I to see thee awake and restored to thine own flesh once more. No apologies necessary, least of all to me. If anything, there's a strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet, though I pray you'll be the last. Yes, it's still you. My apologies. I realized too late that the ether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. 'Twas likely a temporary effect, but I remain wary. You're certain you're well, nothing out of place, no missing bits. Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. So, how shall we strike them down? So I have an option of doing the Aetheryte quests or main story. I'll know in a minute. I'm just gonna take a break right now. Maybe get some breakfast. Okay. Right, yeah.
Now, yeah. I noticed you moved some stuff. Yeah. Cool. Start. Yeah. You know those big recliner chairs? Well, not recliners. Those roll around chairs with like pots over 'em?
Alright, I'm back. I decided to do the Aetherite quests. I normally don't do them, this will be the first time I'm doing them on stream. But, you know, they're nice little side stories. Break up the pace. Just who I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rimold of Ishgard. I've been put in charge of our arrangement with Tapper's Den, you see. They wish for our help in getting Journa Platform G up and running. The very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's Garlean. I was convinced the only engineers left in Tapper's Den were from conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping make the call. I thank you for your willingness to assist. Let us go and speak with the Tapper in question, then. He's a man by the name of Appius. I suppose you must be the friend Rimworld wanted to fetch. You have my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand, I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my preferred deal would be a boon to us and the Ilsbard contingent alike. I used to work on Jaturna Platform G, you see, so I know more than most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself be taking refuge in Tapper's Den when we've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from the other territories? You're right on the technicality. I was a supervisor, rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only served right that I stay with my crew. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den has made me realize that I looked to them and their skills for granted, and thus to say nothing of a blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time to be of some real use to them and everyone else if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies, which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again and you'll have your share of ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So, he says, what do you think? Yes, I'd be leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with the military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have less reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Less reason in any case. Assisting us with the use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the ceruleum engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You are welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way, you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you will sense anything amiss. Let us begin with the proper inspection, then. We can go to work as soon as you're ready, yo. My apologies for dragging you into this, but I do appreciate the help. Keep an eye on him when you go to inspect those engines. Though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of the inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble about something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate it if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you, telling you what to look for. If we inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way. Remember, the 3 engines in total. You do the touching. Where is the other engine? There you are. Praise be to your deft hands. I have an idea of what our next step ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to apprise Rimworld of our progress first. I think I've learned more than enough. Let us report to Rimworld. How are our engines? Alas, I fear that each of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest. I swear on my integrity as an engineer. You are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of ceruleum engines. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them from burning out. Only to let them freeze solid instead ere you lot turn them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I notice you have heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break. Now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from Frozen Climes myself, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well. On behalf of the camp, I formally ask you to repair the Cerulean engines. I suppose that means I'll be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's the spirit. I knew you'd come around. Now that Rimwald knows I'm worthy of trust, we need only prove it to his superiors. And I could continue this, but I usually don't with Aether Quest. I enjoy the story and all, but I just want to fly. Which is what this is all for. I've seen you before, in Tetrium, yes? I was part of the first group transferred here, but there's someone I'm trying to find. A small boy, red hair, have you seen him? He's probably still refusing to budge. Oh, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gala, 1st Legion. I've been doing what I can for the refugees, though I suppose I'm one myself. You see, I've always tried to help those in need. Some call me a busybody, in fact. Before joining the military, I was a member of the Vigils Urbani, and it was our duty to keep the citizenry safe. Our old habits die hard, though, which is why I'm determined to look after that lad. He's been separated from his parents in the chaos, but he won't leave the station without them. Thing is, that's no place for a child his age to be fending for himself. You've seen the conditions here. He needs food and warmth, which you and yours have been kind enough to offer. I should go back to the station and try persuading him to join your camp. Could I trouble you to accompany me? It'll do him good to see you're not the monster he probably thinks you are. Thank you. Well then, no time like the present. If my prediction is correct, he should still be around here. His name's Volusus. Yeah. But most know him better for his scarlet locks. Considering how reluctant he is to leave, I doubt he'd answer if we tried calling out for him. Would you mind helping me look? Who are you? lost us, we've been looking everywhere for you, still refusing to join everyone at the other camp, I see. I'm not going anywhere, not without Mom and Dad. Don't you see, it's for your own good. I know you came here with Julius, didn't you? Please, you've got to listen to me. Mom and Dad are alive. I know they are. No one's saying they aren't. Sorry to burden you, but I have a feeling he'll be more cooperative once he's got this off his chest. Hear him out, would you? And I never do. He's safer here than outside, but it's clear he'd be better off coming with us. There must be some other way to persuade him. I will later, though. I imagine once I get through all the raids and main story quests and Hildebrand, I'll end up finishing these some stream later, but that's like a while away. Well, now here's the sight that warms the heart. I never thought I'd have the honor to meet a hero of your pedigree, let alone beg of your aid. You see, I've got a shipment of supplies to send down to Tapper's Den, and having someone who knows the lay of the land by my side would go a long way to ensure its safe delivery. I'd defend it myself, but I have to carry the bloody thing. If you'd be so kind as to escort me, I assure you I'll make it worth your while. Well then, I'll be waiting outside the gates of the camp. Come meet me when you're ready, but don't take too long. Monsters abound in these parts. The time has come for me to head to the front line. You see, with so many healers needed to treat the tempered, our allies want first support on the battlefield. That's where I come in. Is that who I think it is? No, it's somebody else. Alright. There you are. I knew you'd have the heart to help a soul in need. Oh, my friends aren't going to believe who's protecting me. I'll be telling this story when I'm in my cups for moons to come. It'll be some time yet before we map the entirety of this vast expanse. It stretches north as far as the eye can see, unhospitable to even the hardiest of explorers. It's a wonder that the Guardians survived at all, let alone went on to form the Empire. Seeing the Magna Glacius with my own eyes, however, I've gained some understanding of their disposition. I wish they had like their own mount following you, that would be cool. This is only heresy, but I've been told that those masses form when the cerulean bursts from the earth and comes into contact with the surrounding water, freezing instantly and capturing that moment of violence forevermore. The water mixed in prevents the cerulean from being set aflame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. The amount of cerulean you get after all that work is barely worth the trouble. Pure cerulean is wrestled straight from the earth. That's what those rigs you see off in the distance are doing, or so I've heard. Here we are, safe and sound. I couldn't have done it without you, friend. Now all that's left is to deliver the goods. Let's enter those caves and get some shelter from these freezing winds, eh? Oh yeah, this place. Well, the goods have been safely delivered, but I'm afraid I have one more task to beg of you. Of course, I'd do it myself if I could, but I'm afraid this calls for someone with skill that I lack. You're not obliged to help me again, but seeing it as how you're already here, maybe you won't mind hearing me out. Unfortunately. So you call yourself the Ispargan? Okay. Same dialogue. Excuse me, ma'am, have you seen a little boy with a hair similar to the shade of mine? He's my son, and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. The next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you find him for me? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tried to return to our house to the north of Platinum Novum. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think, what with the color of his hair and all. I will try searching the station again just in case, though I'd bet anything he's gone back to our house near Platinum Novum. Another blocked street? Who are you? Monster sent you? Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. This little shit. Stop following me. this shit. Cool enemy. Okay. Finally. Hell yeah. No, our home, it was right here. Right here. I shouldn't be so happy when his home is ruined. You again, leave me alone. I'm staying here to build a new house bigger and better than the old one. God damn it, it's not over. Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? How would your mother feel? I don't care what you say, we don't need your help. But mother's worried, I should go back to the station. Actually, it's like the same distance. Huh. No, 1 second. Okay. I was wondering when I would see you again. I'm happy to report my son has returned. Poor creature. You should have seen him, tears pouring down his little cheeks. crying his apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it only hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? What? He was attacked by that horrid Magitech, you say? Goodness, that must have been quite the shock for the little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There is a solitary lesson to be gained from all this, though one that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a proffered hand when one is in need, whether that hand be friend or foe. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, I insist. Oh, well, there we go. One quest storyline that's just complete. Okay, now comes the fun part. Looking for all the ether currents. How many do I have? Okay, so there's one not too far off from where I'm at. Unless I already got it. Oh wait, no. That's right, I already got this one. There you are. there? How do I get up there? Would it be so kind? No, it would not. Okay. There we go. Oh no, that's still that. Can I get up there through there? Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I should be able to. Oh, okay. Did I already get this one? I feel like I did. Yeah, I already. Just check. Alright, 2 left. Yeah, so I already got this one. Minerva. Alright, that's all the Aether Currents. All the quests done. I don't think I'll do the Aether Currents on stream ever again, but the Aether Quests I might. And yeah, where's the main story? And the reason I did all that then is because, as you can see, I get the last Aether Current from a story quest. Which probably means I'll be leaving the area soon. Are you well enough to make your report? This anima was summoned by the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that the wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond the shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telepori's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Momentian delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telepori believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Encyclidium, a vast magitech manufactory. In ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telepori's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, provided we sneak aboard unseen. The Sounds will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Vandaniel and Xenos. Aye, there will be no more casualties of the Telepori's maniacal ambition. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandango made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Are of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower of Babel on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Sande used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to the Forum Patents. Lindsay group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Lisa's party ought to have secured the tunnel by now. Rendezvous with them and make your way inside. May the Fury guide you, and us all. Those not taking part in the assault will defend this camp and the airships as well as safeguard your escape route from the tower. You need not worry about what comes after, so fight with all you have. Back to where I was. The sun does not sneak, however he will travel this path of yours, and those who walk with him will bask in his radiance. Damn these frigid lands. I am to accompany you into the tower. It is an honor as ever. Yo, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. Oh, the shoe will be on the other foot once we're in, believe you and me. A good fight should warm us right up. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of a Darthol. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nima alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you, save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello everyone, all set for battle I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy quickly if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the encampment. We are to meet them there. We wait until the tempered's attention is drawn by our diversionary force, then we sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any, tempered included, are injured, we, Exalia, will tend to them. You Scions must press on, no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Enceladium. See you there. Oh, so many people to talk to. I crave battle, not this and spit to chatter. A glorious flame? Nay, I would have seen it were it so. Just head north and you'll reach the Enceladium soon enough. The Scions are welcome to our spare furs as well, you might mention that to Rianje. Cold? Nay, I feel a nary a thing. Well, stranger, we'll stagger our departures so as not to raise suspicion. You go on ahead. Who could possibly be cold at a time like this? My heart is pounding with anticipation. When I infiltrated the palace with Gaius, we took an entirely different route. Since then, the whole place has been reconstructed, and it would appear that path is no longer accessible. Fear not, no serious wounds have gone untreated, nor will I stand for being left behind while the rest of you rush headlong into danger. So you needn't bother suggesting it. I think it's time I was off. If I took a look at Urianje for one more moment, I'm liable to freeze solid. And you're 100% certain you're fit to fight? No odd specters haunting your wake, nothing feels tingly? Hail, it's good to see you, yo. Weird that you collapsed, but you were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you've recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Lante's Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. The station is right this way. Tread lightly now. This is everyone? Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, to Telepari's leaders. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Telepari's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean's people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anything else. Here, then that's been enough for that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do, together. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now, prepared to board everyone. Tower of Babel is now accessible. Okay. I kill no man. I have not forgotten your instruction. I must settle for crushing the Iron Man's toys. Their blue blood will feed my flames. Your comrades tell me that the Telepari abducted you on the selfsame eve they so rudely interrupted our meal. A brazen feat that would make a Rutka proud. But even had it not ended poorly, it was disappointed in many respects. I have decided that when we return triumphant, the Orrery will hold a far grander feast on the Asm Step. You have my permission to attend. It's likely that Anima, at least, will notice when we enter the tower. There's no point in trying to stay hidden after that. So when the time comes, I say don't overthink it and cut a path straight through. Strange, though this will be a more fearsome fight than any Nadam, I feel at peace. Maybe it's because I have Sadu, Bagri, and you at my side. Maybe it's because we fight for all Zela and more people besides. There is but one path, that which leads to victory. The train we'll be boarding is meant to carry supplies and armaments and the like. With any luck, we can slip past the Tempered as they go about loading the freight. We were only able to ascertain that the tunnel connects to the tower. I fear I have little to offer as to the details of the interior or present situation therein. If Fandaniel is to be believed, we don't have the luxury of time to scout ahead, so we'll have to trust in your instincts. They've served us well enough thus far. 'Tis no meager delight to watch Alizé and Alphinaud grow more resolute in mind and heart. And remarkable though their accomplishments may be, I doubt not that they are destined for still greater things. Grant them thy protection, Master Louis Raw, I implore thee. If Fondaniel truly is a Mon, to create a gate through which a primal may pass will not be beyond him. From what I gather, he was utterly brilliant and utterly mad. Assuming Fandaniel intends to make Zodiac serve as a catalyst for the final days, one cannot help but wonder if he willingly parted ways with the other Asians long ago. Surely they would not have permitted the very god they created to forestall the world's end to be used in such a way. When Xenos murdered Varus, Gaius was upon him in an instant. Seldom have I seen such fury. I won't pretend to know the bond they shared, but pain, fear, rage, I know them well. I know what can drive a man to drown in them. Though his homeland may have wished for his blade, my lands will roar in its in its stead. I'm only too aware that our intervention may not be what many of Grogamot's people want or need right now. Not every tragedy can be laid at the feet of the Telepori. Certainly not that of Lysina and her sisters. Nevertheless, we must follow our conscience, and mine has led me here. Much as I'd like to be the one to wipe the grin off Fandango's smug little face, I haven't lost sight of why we're here. Our ultimate goal is to prevent the Telepori from doing any further harm, no matter how. But if I do get the chance to introduce my fist to his jaw, and gods do I hope I do, I won't turn it down. Figure that out when I get to it. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, there's only 8 people recruiting. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours, 46 minutes. I'll be back. With a dungeon. Oh, thank you, Tiffany Reed. Uh, was it unstable before? Thanks for commenting. Okay.
Now or never.
Glory be. That was a hard dungeon.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Kryl? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, A slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Fear not for Cryle, go forth and return, I pray thee. She channeled a dangerous amount of ether, and that's to say nothing of the teleportation magic she must have used to get here. Yet Cryle and Heidelin both were clearly willing to take the risk. We're moving out to the rendezvous with the remainder of the contingent. Leave everything here to us. Stand there for just a moment, please. A prayer for good luck. Now you can't possibly fail. We've no time for worrying over what's done. Let's go. As I suspected. If all of the tempered are affected, Julius and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. There we go. I have faith in you, now and always. Actually. I'll change it back in a sec. I was just curious what it looked like. My apologies, I was lost in the plot. This device of Balagan design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Heidelin said, the flow of ether will transport you to Momentorium. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you will make up the difference. Know what? That whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go beyond the sky. Spare a glance our way from on high, will you? We shall not waver, knowing that you're counting on us.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Where Momentorium? You with me. Eidolon's champion. I feel like the other outfit is more fitting for what I'm doing here. No. Yeah, that's more fitting. Return. I must return. Why? 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 Oh shit. Did I attune to the crystal, or did I just imagine it? Okay. Things are getting interesting. I'm gonna take a quick break though. I'll be right back. Uh, and we're back. Drink of water. Okay. I can talk. Oof. You know, sometimes you talk for like 4 or 5 hours and you get a little throat tired. But it's all worth it. This is a good game. Plus, I'm really interested what I'm doing on the moon. So, here we go. Home. I need. You mustn't touch. In cerulean halls, find me. It's funny, I don't see whatever planet we're supposed to be on. Whatever planet Eorzea is on. No steps echo through this looming spire to save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. Whoa, almost fell off. The Watcher. Whoa. Is that the planet? I don't know. Apologies, I have been preoccupied for quite some time and I am out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Heidelin, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. Okay, so Heidelin created the moon. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Zodiark himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Heidelin, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiark, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. Six locks to his goal. Great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiark forevermore. 5 of these were destroyed by his would-be liberator. One of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiark, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. Of that I have no doubt. You are her chosen. I am the watcher and the goaler. I am not the judge. Know this, Heidelin commands the forces of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiark remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go, meet with these wandering spirits, do what you think is right. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Where the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. Of the 6 elemental brands, only those of Levin and Wind are intact. Levin. It's Levin. If the other brands are not reforged, Zodiark may yet be freed. Find the spirits of the sacrifice and do what must be done. When? How long? Was it truly so long ago? We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow with our will, our creations. We were the star's beating heart, its life, every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better. The star flourished, as did we. Do you remember? Oh. As the whispers died, the final spirit fades. No shadows of times long lost remain around the drowning band. Okay. Sure. An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Follow the illustrious dragon and try not to fall behind. The dog silently regards the spirit that looks near the brand. Perhaps the dog will let you pet it once you have dealt with the lingering spirit. We and the star were fulfilled. Wanted for naught, mourned for naught. So why did it have to end? The final days taught us to fear a death forced upon us, the injustice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled, the grief of unexpected partings. Swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis, such truth, yet no consolation. As the whispers die, the spirit fades, as silent and still around the numbing grand. Yeah. The illustrator's dog is once again staring at you expectantly. And who are you to deny it? Follow it and try not to fall far behind. Fate on the moon. Whoa. You're not tender. The dog silently The dog silently regards the shadow that looks near the ground. Our perfection came crumbling down, such overwhelming despair. In that moment we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to the Zodiac. Zodiac, our Lord and Savior, to forge our world anew. To live in love again. become one with the star. Fill earth and heaven with life. Birth paradise where fear is a distant memory. Pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? Familiar spirit. Okay. Ah, that unmistakable color, the soul of Azim. Azim. Okay. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. So I'm itself meant for you to have it. You seem surprised. Why might that be? I like how they still call him High Thoughtless. Again, I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. I guess that makes sense since he's a faded, like an echo of himself. There could be multiple echoes that don't know each other's memory. Emmett self created a shade in my likeness, and not only me, but all of Amrat. A shade, okay. So is this the real one? How very like him. A slave to sentiment, even after an eternity. Okay. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shade you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrificed to Zodiac. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory. The plans. The plans and plots for our resurrection, Eidolon's intervention, and Zodiark's and the star's final fate. And then we drifted in a walking dream, our minds steeped in fog, until you came. I know not what your friends intend for Zodiac or the future of the star. Nevertheless, in you I place my trust and faith. In you I choose to believe, as Emic self did. Believe in yourself, and all will be well. More new arrivals, though. Ah, Fandaniel, that color I know. In another I do not, an unfamiliar but fearsome being. I have kept you from your duty. By way of apology, I will ensure that the shades hinder you no more. No more. Protect the final brand. Fare you well, my new old friend. The dog growls agitated. I wonder what that is in Japanese. The dog nudges you with its nose. You get the feeling it wants you to hop on. Oh, word. Mount. Ride the dog. Oh, shit. This is cool. Damn it.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac!
Huh.
Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful, more so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes, a taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
What? Oh. Oh no. We are the savior. We are the guardian, the keeper of natural order. We are the martyr, bestowers of new beginnings. We are.
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction!
It cannot end this way. We must return and be made whole. We are the will of the star, now and forever. For the greater good, for the sake of the world.
Wrong, 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 wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
No more, we beg of you. The star must endure. Oh yeah.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command. I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos. But a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
This song. mouse messed up there? Be right back with the trial. Okay. And we're back with a trial. I hope with this tank. Okay. Zodiac. Incomplete, but still.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will. The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings. Become flesh! Live to see the end. work shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac! The natural order overturned! All in existence, bent to my will! My life's work! My masterpiece! Waited for this day! All in existence, bent to my will! The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn! Will you live to see the end? Existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? No need for restraint! Existence, bent to my will! to see the end? Will you live to see the end?
Fuck yeah. Feels good.
Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Like that just spawn in his corpse. Ah! Oh no. Okay, thank God, the game is nice. Well done, my preparations are preparing you to see Australia once more. Withdraw now from this place. The teleporter will deliver you to safety. Ugh.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory! From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you live to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. the coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
Hi. Deep breaths, slow and steady. You saw it too, yes, the blue star below thrown into turmoil. Then it was no illusion, all was truth. With the death of Zodiac, the laws of nature over which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen granted by the echo, a vision of the horrors to come. Time grows short. Okay.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day. Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair. We shall see.
I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiac and the end of all things? Whoa, sorry, I read that as a question. That might be better than my current thing. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share, you see. I sense others arriving not long ago. Though my communications with Hyolyn have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. Yes, they are indeed the three ascents. May we presume this being is a native of the moon? Dare I ask what happened before we arrived? Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the tempered before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Kryl hath also been delivered unto their care, serving as a conduit, for Eidolon's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alphinaud and Alizé, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. But what manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Eidolon bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amrat. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Eidolon. Together with this place, it has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiark, or rather, it was my duty. Then Zodiark is no more. And not without consequence, I am afraid, for now the delicate weave of the star preserved by his presence will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of. Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiark's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? I shall leave that to you, Yo, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on these lower levels. Pray review the records on the upper floor, and I will see if there is aught to be learned down here. This is a big place. A moment longer, friend. Zodiac defeated. While he may have been in an incomplete state, that's nevertheless an impressive feat. But even if you hadn't, his demise was inevitable. Fandaniel would have seen to it one way or another. That said, he probably would have wielded Zodiac's power to wreak untold destruction before taking his own life, making this the better of the two unfavorable outcomes. Dost thou suppose our host hath maintained a solitary vigil since the very beginning, without rest or relief? If so, these records comprise the sum total of his existence. We must needs handle them with care. Out of curiosity. Whoa. That's right, I jumped off here. Remember what I was doing. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Daily summary, no abnormalities detected. There appear to be records for a long, lonely vigil on the moon dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. Or you can just jump down if you want to. That's cool. Same dialogue. Yep. As you gazed into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities flowed through your mind. The records describe how with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Highland greatly. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past rejoinings flows through your mind. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Loportorius, though it is not clear who or what they are. Okay. As you gaze into the crystal, a record of an unexpected visitor flows through your mind. The records note the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac and his prison from his prison, and yet they have made no attempts to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare bring him to Zodiac so long as he remains imprisoned. Did you learn anything of import? So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brand requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and the cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th umbral calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Heidelin. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Heidelin's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world, Aetheris. One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, effecting a profound change in all manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They were not, however, the convocation struck upon a method to predict where the next corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the land and seas. The light stream. Those which flow through the very air. And those of a celestial nature, which encompass both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
And nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial currents form a vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. The convocation soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in regions where the flow was weakest. Correlation without clear cause ultimately. Nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Verse Precisely, with the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain, for his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic forces once more. Hydaelyn recognized this as well, and so rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac herself and the star into lesser reflections, that she might confine him in this place. Huh. That the two once dwelled as one until Zodiac grew hungry for power, upsetting the balance betwixt them. Not quite a lie, though a rather gross embellishment. But knowing what you know now, you must surely realize why she might opt to obfuscate and mislead. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half of Etheri's population. Thus was it necessary for Hydaelyn to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still more effort was needed to confine him. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly, With what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Aetherius and her history. Like Zodiac, Hydaelyn's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the source, and its reflections will share its fate in its fate. Ah, it is ready. This way, if you would be so kind. Wow. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Hydaelyn knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she had ever struggled to hold Zodiac and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. Oh wow, it did not let me read that. You need... Something about the moon being a prison, not just a prison. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. Pilots. And fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the dark. Oh, okay. It's kind of like a Magitech Sphere, but different. Okay, cool. Hey, new equipment. Finally. Okay. I should very much like to hear more of this extraordinary story. The moon is a ship? Well, now I've heard of everything. Okay, so it's a ship. That's what I miss. It may be true, but others will struggle to believe it. I can scarcely believe it myself. Very Final Fantasy IV, this. The time is come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorium, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. As Heidelin created me as the Goaler, so too did she create Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange, mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing band, and attempt to call upon him there. You'll need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. If he labors in service of Heidelin's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing band then? Okay, I can't follow him anymore. Oh, don't tell me it goes all the way up. No, it does not. Naught could prepare me for the boundless beauty of Aetheres, shining, shimmering amidst a sea of stars. A blue sapphire and but one of countless other jewels brimming with life, no doubt. So close yet so far, does not the harsh true rain remind you of somewhere we've been before? The Dravanian in Borland's Eye. A place that rejects the intrusion of outsiders, where solitude reigns supreme. At the very least, it sounds suitable for Zodiac's prison. With a little preparation, it might be possible to traverse the gap on foot. Then again, it would be a long, long way down if one should slip, perhaps another time. The place we seek is just ahead at the Korofos Road. You see, our ghosts cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. The guard of Zodiac's prison, eh? Blood-red eyes, slavering maw, and built like a behemoth. I'd imagine. Let's hope he's friendly. The entire cave is thrumbling with ambient ether. Alas, any further analysis will have to wait. Curious, this place does call to mind Pla Annie, home of the new Mao. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar spongoi draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for our ghosts to manifest. Might you be willing to spare some of your own to help the spongi along? Given time, the lunar spongi would suffuse the space with sufficient ether, but we need not wait if you are willing to provide a helping hand. Argos manifests in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. The most fascinating creation of Heidelin's, would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a wind. Though I assure you, it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. No, Argos was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when last he showed such an affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than a sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. As for your companions, that's cool. Unexpected but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. Then let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. Which way's faster? This way faster? Is there anything here? No. No, there is not. Argos favors you with what could almost be described as a conspiratorial grin. Dalamod has long been described as the loyal hound of Menphenia due to its relation to the greater moon. It seems highly improbable, if not impossible, for ancient peoples to have known of Argos, but now I wonder whether there is some connection. To whom would Heidelin entrust the command of so grand a vessel, I wonder? I was expecting something a little more intimidating and less man's best friend. Your destination is the structure there across the cradle of darkness. We'll climb onto Argo's back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Worry not for me, real though I may appear as you and yours, I am but a part of this moon, a creation of Heidelin, entrusted with the memories of an acquaintance long dead, but not forgotten. My charge of Zodiac has ended, but so long as the moon exists, I shall not want for purpose. I shall remain ever watching, ever praying for your success. One second, I gotta turn the heat down. Our allies' assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first while Thancred and Arianje wait here. We onward. Ooh. Just a little further. This structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Amorantin. Amorantine? Apologies for the wait. Right then, let us head inside and... oh. Okay. Most intriguing, a means by which he conserved energy, mayhap? Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. Gotta thank him. If Argos is to remain without, let us keep him waiting, not keep him waiting over long. Whoa. Dude. Truly a marvel beyond description. Its scale is reminiscent of Amarat, or rather the replica we visited on the first.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Okay. Little mouse people.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1,243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Aetheris to safety! Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
"'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps."
Perhaps.
I find Urianger's reasoning somewhat flimsy, but the crew seems amicable enough. Given the present crisis, Heidelin doubtless sought to facilitate cooperation betwixt pilot and passenger. Indeed, 'twould require a heart as hard as diamond to raise one's voice in the anger of beings possessed of such profound slack-tyranny. This song. Oh. They must be the Leporus mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let us be about it. That felt like I read that. Can I just fall? Oh my god, I can. Oh. I might have missed some dialogue from them walking down. God damn it. Oh well. The Loopers all appear to have said about their task. Whether is their leader, I wonder. Oh well. Earth, water, fire. Let's see when. Such a fascinating apparatus, though it's hard to believe it could house so many crew members. Even so, there is nothing else here to suggest other types of accommodation. I only saw them from a distance, but their fur was brown, if that helps at all. This place is so big. There we go. Not that that helps much. I'm thinking of spending a night outside Vesperisboro, but I'm not sure what I'll need to take with me aside from a tent, I suppose. Ooh. Oh, how do I gotta fall onto... I fall onto it. Okay. No problem. I heard that you kind hop about when they hear music. Is that true? Can you turn it off? I've decided to form a fellowship of protectors to escort people as they arrive, so relax, you and yours are in safe paws. Very, very safe paws. Do you need help with something? I'm busy assigning duties at the moment. What do you think of our clothing? I'll have you know I'm the mastermind behind its design. You'll let me know if you find any unusual trinkets or contraptions, won't you? I've always had a fondness for such things, you see. Okay, can't go through there. If I had a carrot for every time I'm woken up to find that monsters outside had multiplied, I'd be able to crush them under the weight of my carrot empire. The moon will never be safe at this rate. We're all going to die someday, so what if it happens a little sooner? Oh my, but isn't this exciting? I've never seen one of your kind up close before. Would you mind if I take some measurements of your body, just for reference, of course? It's a pleasure to finally meet you, one of you, miss. I'm just preparing this and that for when more of your kind arrives, so you can all feel at home. It's a cool place. Alright. Saw all the fun the traders on Earthers were getting up to, and I thought to myself, hey, I could do that, so here I am, eagerly awaiting your patrons and bicolored gemstones. Words are thin on the ground, but I won't stop you from pursuing. I'll encourage it. In fact, I'm considering developing some sort more specialty products, but with Lemurium Thorium in its current state, that may not happen for some time. Wait, how many do I have? 27. Okay. The leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singing Way is the name. I'm in charge of construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest and cleanest air for the people of Aetherius, and that's a promise. No, leader, no. Sleeping away my job is, and perhaps I'd better ask. What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Do. What was that supposed to be? Your humming, if one can even call it that, it is atrociously off-key. It should sound more like this. As leader of the Laports, I cannot allow substandard attempts at musicality to go unremarked, even if you are a guest. But being the magnanimous sort that I am, I'll forgive you this once. Well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, so perhaps we should build one, or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. By goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could run along back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing bowl at the center, if you should find yourself lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. Oh dear, I hadn't expected to meet a people person here. Whatever shall I do? Me? You're speaking to me? Oh, but of course, I'll answer any questions you may have. I'm the manager and operator of the Central Control Sphere. It regulates every single facility here in Best Ways Borough. If anything were to happen to it, the whole place would stop working in no time. It's very important, and so is my job. Bestialsboro is where we Loperates live and work in honor of Eidolon. We're all doing our best to make the moon a suitable ship to transport everyone. You'll be able to ride someday soon, don't worry. Don't you worry. It is astounding how the Loperates, despite their diminutive stature, are able to maintain such gargantuan facilities. Given their size, getting from one end of this place to the other must be exhausting. I honestly don't know how they do it. The etheric composition and density of this sphere is quite similar to the crystalline concepts we've seen before. It likely shares their capacity for strong memories and knowledge. Visitors at last, welcome.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loperates, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Etheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name. Map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Etheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents set you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here we have Etheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Etheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star! Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems! We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
My bad, I'll be right back. Oh. Stream. Sorry about that.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Heidelin. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we went to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization!
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
Huh.
Building Ray, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Okay. Not bad. Oh dear, I certainly hope Building Way can complete the renovations before more guests arrive. Or perhaps he should leave them as they are. That way you'd have more space to lounge about. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in their terrible grandeur, so it's imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all, that may displease them, it must be addressed post haste. And addressed it we shall. Here at Bestway Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with the foodstuffs? Meet me at the conservatorium and we'll see about filling your bellies. She does want for enthusiasm. The notion of A theory's rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Leporus and this vessel. Ah! Okay, well, I found the door. The Caratorian. I'm delighted to see you, but I'm very, very busy. Perhaps we can chat another time. Ah. Oh, I must have dozed off. What was that I was supposed to be doing again? Oh, no way. It's the old theme music, too? Oh. Oh, I didn't need to climb at all. You're a lot smaller than we expected, but I trust you still have large appetites, yes? Given their earlier confusion regarding our size, I can help but wonder if they even know the first thing about us. Am I the only one who suspects we're not going to find anything edible whatsoever? Hast thou spied the peculiar sentinels patrolling the vicinity? Approach them with caution, or better yet, not at all, for they make no distinction between friend or foe. Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuffs production. Cooking Way, pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. Why, I've practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hop along to the platform here and you'll find a storage unit full of to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. I'm eager to hear what you think of our work. I'm sure there's some small room for improvement, but I'm confident you'll be satisfied. One serving's never enough. You'll be back for seconds and thirds, I'm sure of it. This doesn't require a debate. We have to work to do, so quit dragging your feet and get to it. You open the storage unit and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. The soft texture and redolent aroma of this crimson creation belly is staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. On second thought, you elect to simply take an exceedingly large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask her whether it's safe to eat first. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Ah, yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. I hope you enjoy it as much as we do. Huh. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. Carrot is oddly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. Newfound vigor begins welling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may simply be indigestion. Carrot met with your approval, yes? What do you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance it promises makes it a perfect meal before a day of heavy lifting. We have plenty of other varieties too, bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. Charlian, what in blazes is that? I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Aetheris? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and document with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. And so, we decided rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency, and what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language, adverbs, gerunds, present continuous, verb conjugations, just the basics. I like how they're making fun of the complicated way that people talk in this game. That's great. Then we found the terms related to our given task and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore does thy kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Aetherius as well, you would be able to offer the passenger a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu. Kind of feeling that a bit more, honestly. More my style. Hungry for more carrots? Fear not, you can eat to your heart's content after you've seen the rest of the best ways burrow. Well, I'm sure the love portraits Laporte would hop at a chance to expound upon carrots in exhaustive detail. Perhaps it's time we moved on. I hate to admit it, but I did rather like the carrots. The carrot. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Hungry for more carrot? I'm just gonna take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. Maybe a little longer, at most 20 minutes. How long have I been streaming for? Nearly 9 hours. Okay. Oh. Uh... Okay. It's hardly sun silk tapestries, but perhaps we'll be pleasantly surprised. Do you suppose the clothes they prepared will be as closely oversized as the carrots? Garments born of the heavens, crafted with methods ancient and forgotten, dress befitting we who walk in the shade, stewards of the historic. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task. Creation magics. Idle and in her infinite wisdom blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic, for people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra viz we needed. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession, for the sake of efficiency, I presume. This has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. If you're worried about sizing, don't be. It should be a simple matter of to adjust our concepts as required, and it will be required. Will be required. Ah, it's you, one of the visitors from Etheirus. Goodness me, mapping way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the washer. Oh right, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Fashionable, right. This will only take a moment. I wonder if it's the same each time. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. I'll be honest, I know nothing of fashion, let alone fashion on Aetheris. But I'd wager no one down there has ever worn anything like this fine assemble. Perhaps you can start a new trend. And it's like most average clothes. It's great. Would you look at that, speechless in here and there? I thought you might not like it. If you have a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. No one said you could be coming, or how can I help you? You wish to try my clothes, really? Of course, it would be an honor. Did you have anything in mind? Surprise me. I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do it. Some of my best work yet. It's a relatively new concept incorporating an idea I've never been tired with. That's never been tried with clothing before. Fragrance, you can smell the carrots. Simply divine. I was worried how the concept would turn out when people put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you come and show living way? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. You must continue wearing these soon. My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. You needn't speak. I can see the admiration for the moon and we look where it's in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same having sampled our creations. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we return. Verily, it's an ensemble most becoming. I think it's past time we return these clothes. I was so confident our garments would meet your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watchers taught us that in his time everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Aetheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs. But you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we'd received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heidelin's love for Aetherius, and the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone, has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Living way, might we have leave to explore best ways burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wished to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait, you still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Oh, 1 sec. You're here. You're really here. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Yo, son, eh? Crikey. Even your names are amazing. Well, yo, we'll be using the teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready.
Ready in the teleporter. Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realised the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow you to travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. It may not seem like it, but we've been playing this for far longer than I care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this and that. But the one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of Aetheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd opt at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the Curatorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me. Good, you're here. Through this door is greatest end's veil. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand the people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain this way? Don't you just love books? I absolutely adore them. They've taught me so much. Don't tell anyone, but they also taste delicious. Do these floors look clean to you? I don't know, I feel like they could use a little more polishing. Are there truly more of your kind coming? I'd rather not be doing this all this work for nothing, you know? Man, this place is big. So what do you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant, simply sublime? Right you are. Our forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Aetheris. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a lifelong stretch and spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. Feeling tense yet, why not stretch and relax? That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. If it's not much to ask, so it's been a dream of mine to take a walk through the forest with someone from Aetheris. Could we maybe? You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. Ah, nothing like a relaxing stroll to forget one's worries, eh? I was thinking, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac. There was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Hydaelyn gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Hydaelyn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done, 6,000 years give or take. Anyway, let's keep going. What? No, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Aetheris, but we don't eat them, and certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Hydaelyn's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Aetheris. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them, for example. Put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was the brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt, when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Aetheris. The elegance mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Hydaelyn informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees. I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in this great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in a perfect amount of sunlight, or rather a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees. They have ever so different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Right. The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago. With that, the most important features were fit for purpose, which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Aetheris. Why not go and visit Aetheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Hydaelyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Aetheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited. Hopefully Hydaelyn would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens, and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Ensfell. I knew it. Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received the grand tour? A shame we missed it. Growing Way, I've been looking all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really, I can't imagine why you need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you are more than welcome to continue looking around the burrow. Now come along, Growing Way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There is another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary, if you will excuse me. What do you suppose has suddenly tickled his fancy? 'Tis clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Aetheris is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in my retent. The final days will make brave fools of us all. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean? I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Stoll and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. Better for only one of us to go in case it's a delicate matter. Hopefully I'm overthinking things. Urianger usually puts more effort into concealing his clandestine endeavors, or perhaps he's simply given up on trying to hide it, knowing we'll find out eventually. In any case, that he acts with good intentions is plain, so please give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it here. I've been streaming for nearly 10 hours. I really need to take a break. Or I could keep going, but I'm gonna save it for tomorrow. or tonight even. But thanks for watching, as always. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.